Super Mario Eclipse! Woohoo! Super Mario Eclipse! Woohoo!
Morning. Gonna go do some practice quickly before I start. I'm gonna grab some drink GPR pack.
Phew. Here we go.
think I'll stick to my strat still. No, whoops, wrong sign. I don't know, is that the vastest? Thinking, again, the freaking same shine. I should use save states. Oh, you can't even select left. Okay, hold up. I think it works. Freaking camera, man. Okay, I think this works well. Maybe make it even all the way to the secret. Okay. That doesn't make it. That will make it. Okay. Nice. No. No. Hmm. Oh yeah, it was spin jump there. Nice. Nice. Hello, Karad. Thanks for the good luck. Thanks, King Manny, for the raid. I'll start run soon. Just gonna go through a couple levels quickly. What, over here? Okay. Well, I'm doing it this still. Oh. Okay, spin jump needed for that. Yeah, okay. I wanted to go to Lacrima. Not here, actually. Hello, get coped. What's up? Let's just reset this room. I think going right side is better. That's where I can climb up. Yeah. And doing that with Mario is gonna be so slow. I still don't know which one is faster, Pianissimo or not. I will hate this run if Pianissimo is slower. Pianissimo makes this much more fun and actually changing the game a little bit. Because I'm so fed up with sunshine stuff. I want something different. Okay, I think regular jumps are gonna make it there. Spin jump. How many shines in this game? 240. Interesting. Yeah, that's good. Okay, let's see if we can do the watermelon. Okay, yeah, you don't have to talk to him. Good to know. Back here for one more practice for level 2 only. I'm gonna just check out what I have to do here. Okay. One is there. One is there. 3, 4, and 5 over here. Okay, let's do a run. Let's get started then, shall we? For my second Eclipse run. And to think that Pianissimo is not gonna be 30 for this run just makes me so sad because Mario feels so slow. Doesn't make the run any better or fun to me. If Pianissimo is not part of it. Oops. I did add split for every shine now. Here we go. So my route, I changed it from yesterday. It gets Pianissimo a bit later, but it still gets it still gets him. I really don't wanna keep up on Pianissimo. And with this route, I get a little bit of an idea if Pianissimo is actually preferred to go for. I think he is because of a couple of those secrets just being so much faster and so much better as Pianissimo. It just means unlocking him in 2 extra. It means 2 additional levels have to be done, and that's not good. But what you can do about it? If it was 1 extra level, then yes, much better than. Hello Ahmio, thanks for good luck. I was rerouting yesterday, like I said. I looked at the map, then I looked at everything that can be skipped and not. Then I made a new route based on that and tried to avoid backtracking. Especially backtracking. I avoided that. At least I hope I did a good job on that. Time for a GPS, the classic. It's Saturday, not Sunday. Thanks, Joshua. I'm not happy that Pianissimo is gonna end up being slower, but I don't care. I want him to be part of the run. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I just hope Pianissimo is gonna be faster. Having to do 2 additional shine sprites is not good. Now I have to do this extra shine, and I have to do an extra shine in Noki Wife as well. Which is easily plus 2 minutes. I really want to get a good time with this, and I'm having fun even if I'm doing a slower route. I don't care. I checked this run a little bit. I think it doesn't ever go back to Delfino Plaza. Alright, check this route, I mean. Yeah, that's about a minute down to the train. Just for doing... just for doing that extra. Why do you have to do Gelato 5 in this any percent? Because I want to unlock Pianissimo for my run. "36 seconds for Gelato 7. Alright, Lighthouse time. The only time I have to like go a little bit out of my way is to go to Noki Bay. Because we go past Sirena Beach. But I have high hopes that this run is gonna be a lot of fun. If I just stick to Pianissimo route, because I'm bored of playing Mario only. I honestly find it poetic that the thing making Pianissimo be slower is Pianissimo himself. Yeah. I honestly don't like that Pianissimo is slower. Since his controller's grip is so slow at the easy levels. Ah, yeah. That's what you mean. Yeah, if you if you at least take off Pienta Noki 5 loading zone, if you at least make it that you cannot enter the secret in Noki phase 6 in Pianissimo level, so remove the loading zone but only add it to Noki 6, then you have Pianissimo being faster, 100%. Doing a Gelato 5 is not that big of a deal, but doing Gelato 5 and Noki 5 as additional shines doesn't make it any faster, honestly. But I don't know you'll do that. Just don't please me, please everyone else. Please everyone, not me. I'm just saying things because I like Pianissimo's movement. Makes the run a lot faster, honestly. And more fun, in my opinion, too, because if I only run... if I only do... so if I only do Epi... If I'm gonna do... Personally, if I only do base game plus the extra stuff, I just don't... I won't run this for too long. You're not gonna change it? Yeah, I thought so. Don't even change it just because I'm not pleased. No, Pianissimo is OP in Eclipse. You'll see when I unlock him. You will see, man. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Didn't even get a chance, man. Oh, that's how you recorded those movements? That's cool. I don't know nothing about what is a pad recorder or whatever. It's some tool. That's for sure. Oh, I see. No glitchy rocket. Rip. Yeah, he has a double jump. Hello, Tongureal. What's up? 5-stream streak, let's go. Eclipse, Yeah, Joshua is the main person of Eclipse team. He started this project with Tempo, was it? Oh my god, I'm not used to that stuff like that, man. Okay. Yeah, let's just clip through. I'll do the old route. Was this like a 4-year project or something? Oh, your brother, with your brother you started making this? That's awesome. Hello Mariakato, what's up there? If you go back to Beach, Joshua, does the episode 4 shine start or not? Or is it still thinking I'm in episode 2? It might be thinking I'm in episode 2 still, actually. If I think about it. I didn't get them all. Damn it! Is there actually a speedrun category for this? Yep. I'm already doing it. You tried your best to have proper episode tracking, but Nintendo made it really difficult for you. Yeah, I am. I'm sure of it. I haven't done this secret for a while, normally. So I might just be a little bit of a casual there here. Nice music, hey. I love that. Ooh. The music never starts. I'm not playing as Pianissimo. Nah. It would be great if the game didn't kick you out now. I can go straight to Serena Beach, then from there go to Noki Bay. That's the only sort of like a out of a way thing I'll be doing the whole run. Go to Noki Serena Beach, then go to Noki Bay from there. Okay, so this movement should work fine. What I'm thinking of. Go straight to Serena Beach from here. Good. We won't touch Serena Beach, even if I can just do Serena 2. Though it will be probably faster, I don't know. Okay, now time for an additional level coming up here. If I ignore Nokia 5, yeah, we will just zoom through the rest of the world and levels. This is a little awkward location to start from, actually. Cool. How many cycles I missed there? Oh yeah, the clip, spring clip actually works. Should I try it? Yeah. I haven't learned it. It works differently here. In this hack. Oh. Close. Really close. Thanks for good luck, six parts, Panda. Yeah, I made a new route. Minimizing backtracking and going back to Delfino Plaza as well. I don't go back there at all, only at the end of the game. Did you make this, did you make Eel slower for Eclipse, or why is he slow here? I'm guessing it's because of 60 FPS. If he didn't change anything. $60 FPS, okay. That explains then. He's so slow here. And so it begins. Better not look away. Here it comes. Didn't get it, huh? Sure, why not? Mm-hmm. Seriously? Fuck you, man! At least you make it back. Yeah, I'm gonna game over here because I'm not gonna have Lyse go for that one up or not. Yeah, like, come on, man, for fuck's sake. I even practiced that, and now I have to go all the way back to Nokipe. Where am I now? What the hell, man? Oh, Nokipe, of course, here. What makes it back to there? This, I guess. I'm actually fucking annoyed how just I couldn't pull that off. Alright, 3 minutes lost so far. Just like that, how I was supposed to do that. At least I'm getting splits to run against if I beat my time. Still really annoying how I felt that. Like, there were just the 2 attempts I should have made it. It's not like super tight, it's just really annoying that there's no backup if you don't get that jump. If you get a wall slide, that's not good. But if you get the butt slider, you get your jump back. I want butt slide there if I need a backup. But it's fine. Would it be faster to just take that... Wouldn't it be faster to take blood? Consistent. Oh yeah, split. Okay. See how fast these secrets are? It would be so shame if Pianissimo is slower, but I know he is slower because you have to do 2 extra shines. Even then... I don't know, man. But I just gotta keep going and play. See if I can make him faster. Who knows? Those who are jumping in the stream, I rerouted yesterday's run. My run doesn't go back to Plaza a single time. Except for beating the game, obviously, because you have to go that way to Corona Mountain. Then we go to Bianco from here. I should have put on Pianissimo actually. Oh well, whatever. Just to run to Bianco. Actually, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, not a big deal. Okay, this is Mario because much better fighting PD with him. But the cycle is still good, hey? Or windmill wall jumps. That's really good. How's everyone's weekend so far? Oh, I'm too high up there. Oops. I woke up and I was thinking, yeah, I'll play Eclipse today. Right away when I have eaten. And here I am. This is the stuff I didn't practice as Pianissimo, but it's gonna be fine. Definitely would have been a lot better if I had some strats here. Maybe spin jump type can make it there. Maybe it's worth to check out how the fight is as Pianissimo. See if that's any better, but I don't think it is. Play the music, please. Yes. Sometimes it would. There was one time it would just be do. It bugged out. After Bianco, I go to Rico. Yeah, Rico. You're really curious what a 1-240 rod is gonna look like. This hack guy's crazy. Thanks for good luck, TP. Yeah, this hack guy's crazy. I know. It's amazing. $240 might be something I will do once, but I think I need to have an incentive to it because it just takes so much time. And it's only in a weekend for me. I don't think there's ever gonna be a day when I can do it on weekday, except if I have day off from work. One tornado. Not a bad RNG. Now we go fast. No, get off the freaking rope. The momentum can be really insane. I have to like walk slightly here because if I hold the control stick any direction, he just vroom, zooms in like freaking anime character. I don't even know. Fucking hell, man! Why you had to walk? For fuck's sake, you had to climb up that. Oh, I hate that so much. Gonna grab that. And I'm dead because of that. Should have got the rollout. Stupid ass, man. At least next round is sort of gonna be better when I know what I need to practice. And I'm gonna make Pianissimo to work and be faster. I want him to be faster. Like, see, that was so easy now. I only lost a minute here. Only a minute. Movement to Rico, but I switch back to Mario. Movement to Rico as Pianissimo, but switch back to Mario. When I start Rico 1.
Okay.
You agree. The only troublesome shines so far have been Noki 6 and Bianco 6. Where I've died. Plus, if you wanna count Pina 6. Okay. You try to get the mode to work, but it's just not working. There's a one thing at least you need to do. Make sure you delete all of your save files for demo. Other than that, can't really help. You have to join the Discord server. Eclipse Discord. They're gonna help you. What does this mod do? It expands base game Sunshine quite a lot. Adds new story. New bosses. And 120 new shine sprites and new levels on top of that. Alright, time to zoom. Thank God for that turn around. That was close. No, man. Close. Hey. Thanks for good luck, Harpies. Yellow blooper cast faster. Surprising because it's always been a green blooper we use because of its handling. And every blooper casts at top speed unless you change that speed thing for yellow. Okay, I'll have to try it on practice next. It's very much changed. Alright, I'll have to try it on practice. Better to remind me because I might not remember. I'm going for those secrets that I messed up in this run. We broke them back to what Nintendo originally intended. Ah, interesting. Okay. Sirena. Okay, I see. Yeah, Bendissimo movement is really fast. Nice. Yeah, it's the biggest Sunshine hack ever released. Thanks for the good luck, Dildoos. What do I have after Sirena? Yay! Fucking hell, why did you dove that way? I literally held up and I wanted to dove that way, not that. Screw this, man. Seems like I have another level to practice. Yep, I definitely have to practice this one too. Thank you, Uncle Meats, for tier 1 sub. I truly appreciate it. What's my favorite part of this hack being a Sunshine Runner? Using Pianissimo in these levels. For sure. And the interconnection of these levels is really fun. Oh, nice. Thanks for running our mod. Anytime, hey. Thanks for making this. Yeah, this is not open. Yep, okay. Toot is awesome too. But this hack doesn't intend to make the game difficult, unlike Toot did. Toot was just like making it extremely difficult and sometimes extremely unfair. I want to see a Sunshine hack that is just straight up impossible. You just make it impossible, or you think you make it impossible, and you give it to players and see what happens. I would love to see something like that. Super impossible Sunshine. Make it happen, please, someone. Because I want to be able to like do something crazy, and you're like, nah, it's impossible. Then it works. Then the runner makes it work. I already realized that we can get sub 1 hour Gimpo in this run too with this route. There is actually ace in this game. Sunshine does have ace. I think it's something like ace, but yeah, it does exist actually. From my understanding of the RTA viable at the moment. It will make a good video actually. Talk about that ace, how it was discovered and so on, but I have to do research for it if I wanna do it. Nice, don't touch it. Thank you. Zero extra cycles so far. Make it 1. Almost make it 2, but nope. Okay, after that, this is Lacrima, Warship, and Aethertol. I don't have that much left, actually, of this run. $233. Not something I can get on console on vanilla game. What other conditions on any percent? Pitch Shadow Mario in every level. Have I noticed the increased scoop cleaning radius of each water drop in Eclipse? Yeah, I noticed that, Joshua. I think the spam spray was wider, that's why that works. You actually only did it so water balloons wouldn't be useless. Yeah, makes sense. I noticed that how fast and easy Sirena 6 is actually now. Yeah, water balloons would have been terrible for Pianissimo because using water as Pianissimo is the only negative thing about him. You don't want to use him against Shadow Mario fights or any boss fights. Period. Alright, Lacrima, and we use the train to go there. Good. Dude, a nice triple jump! Oh, run! Yeah, which one is Lacrima? This one. How many different functions for variables could you change for the droplets? I don't know, actually. Oh, you end up here, I forgot. You have to do this little bit of a backtracking back down. Okay, that's something I have to practice too. Mafia. I'm a mafia boss. Do 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 do. No, I didn't know that, Shaker. That's cool. Video games. Speaking of music, I really like how this game has customized music. Blood entering clearly haunted hotel. Asleep blood. Or being in a gladiator pit. Yeah, I just noticed. I like the one where they start betting that, oh, I'll put on 200. Oh, I'll put on 300. Yeah, they are mafia. They own the hotel. Which one is this? Ah, it's this one. Can't say that the Pianissimo wouldn't be faster here, because jeez, man, I just did it in under a minute. I did check this. You don't have to talk to Pianta at all. Just do the crown bounce. Oh, I'm here. Oops. Good thing you can go to the middle and immediately go outside. Don't know, is that oversight? Oh yeah, I have a sunshine emotes, chat. Don't forget to use them if you are a subscriber. The longest channel you followed that is still around. You can check the follow age to see how long you've been following this channel. Out of curiosity, you can check it. over, let's say, it's August 8th, 2012. 12 years, hey. Boomers. Two more levels, Force Ship and Erto. Oh, we're just destroying this run, by the way. I don't even have like more than 15 minutes left of this run. I think the reroute worked really well for this. Didn't make it, that's fine. So Joshua, if you're here still, what makes it that this happens? Is there like something you can do about it? Not that it matters, but I was like curious if it's something you can actually fix. Oh my god. Come on. Yeah, this happens after you have fired a rocket, and I'm not too sure what is causing that. But if I have to guess, it must be because of having a contacted rocket last time, a while back. That's my guess. Wait, just to crab in that with water? Okay. Oh, it's right in front of it. Ah, it's tricky from that. Okay. Does that happen only when you physically touch it? I don't know, it's probably the same thing like in a Pin-Up Park actually, when you grab those. I just realized I can grab those with the water. There's must be some kind of weird physics happening with that, with those rockets when you grab them after firing them. I'm guessing it's kind of weird. Okay. Cool to know. Oh yeah, it doesn't shoot straight if you don't hold the R button slightly. It's kinda weird why it does it like that. Alright, the fastest secret time. It's like 3 jumps I have to do. Oh my god, stop. There you go. Yeah, there's like 5 shines left, I think. It's not a whole lot. Yeah, 120 seems to be very doable. Still on this run too. Like how you make these faster and recolor too. Okay. What way? What way? Oh, I got a little confused there. There you go. It's just Erto left. 5 shines left. So 2 pots for him. Okay. Alright, Erator left, unless I missed something, but I don't think I did. We have a veg quest. What is actually good at the coming back here is that we're really close with the speakers. It's actually good that we come from Warship to Erator. less bad tracking. Or less like traveling, especially after a speaker. I like how this run is gonna end with the veg quest. Just running around a little bit normally. Oh yeah, you can long jump, I forgot. Throwing is not gonna make... It's not gonna throw it far. It's useless. Better to just walk around with it. Alright. Alright. Secret time. Pizza time. What do you mean? What do you mean with that? How do you butt slide there? Yeah, in a base game, if he started moving like that, just zoom around, that would be crazy. Okay, I hope I don't forget the order again. Literally Sonic. I need to unlock these faster because these are male piantas and it takes forever for them to unlock for some reason. I'm burning my ass. Actually, wait, it's better that I go up here first. Yeah, this route is solid actually, what I'm doing here. Maybe it can be slightly faster, but solid for my runs right now. Oh yeah, reminding I thought I came over in Noki Bay and I lost like I don't even know how much time I lost there, but a couple minutes easily, 3-4 minutes, because I had to go back there. So low 120 seems to be a lot more doable than I actually imagined. I thought the run is gonna be like a sub 130 barely, but no, it can be low 120. Okay. I practiced the Corona, so here we go. Here we go. This won't be sub 130. I'll tell you that much. No. Okay. There we go. Oh, freaking. What? No, 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 no. There we go. 130.35 with a game over in Noki Bay 6. Alright, that's the fastest current time. And it was done with Pianissimo. Yes! Let's go, Pog. Oh man, it feels good to pull out a run like that. Not gonna lie, I got a little nervous at the end. Making me realize, oh wait. It's like back in the day, I guess. Usual Inkstar. I should just go and practice stuff that took me the most issues. Okay, it's not gonna make it. Hold up. I can do something like this. Hold up. Landing on that is gonna be tough. Yeah. That works. What level is this? I think it must have been episode 8. I'll take a break after I've practiced and I'll start another run. So Google Cheese, what's up? Okay. I want the... Okay. No, you can't sidestep. Sucks ass, man. I knew you cannot sidestep, but I had to see if it was a thing with holding holding that. I'm on Dolphin, Google. Holding long jump is not giving a side step. Because that way we will be able to go to Cyrano secret as Pianissimo. If there's a way to clip through the ceiling, that would be great. Just a tiny bit, just some kind of way to clip through the ceiling. And there we go. We will destroy that level. Just gonna go through these levels that I had trouble in. What backend render I'm using? You mean Direct 3D 11 stuff? CPU override. How do I check this? Backend is in graphics. Yeah, I have that Direct 3D 11 right now. Then what about the enabled emulated CPU override? What's that supposed to be here? Configuration advanced. Then what is it here? Enabled emulated CPU overclock. It's unticked right now for me. And if I tick it, it's 100%. You have it ticked and put it to 160. Can I do it while the game is loaded? Should I try that? Okay, do you want me to go and check out Manta, or why do I need to check this? Try Manta? Okay. The settings apparently should reduce the lag. If I understood right. Well, doesn't seem to lag anymore. It lagged in a run. A little bit of a lag, but it feels like a console lag. A lot of water. Okay. So the reason I'm here is because of this. Yeah, I agree, Joshua. Well, I barely care enough, so I'll just keep doing runs. Yeah, either everyone overclocks or no one does. Agree. Agreed. How do I do this fast? Okay. Can I just spin jump all the way up there early? Freaking camera, stay still. I don't know, just do something. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this. I'm sure I'll find something that works. You don't get a jump back from that? Okay. Oh, long jump. Should have done that. Yeah, Director 12 didn't work for me. No! Yeah, the mobility is crazy. Yeah, I have an AMD GPU as well, but I'm choosing the Direct 3D. Yeah, I need to go to Serena Beach. Need to practice that. 3D 12 doesn't even work for regular sunshine. Really? Is there something that breaks that? Or do you end up here? Or you just end up here? Okay. Zero things just don't work. I see. There's a new prediction going on, chat. Guess the final time for the next run. You clip through that. Don't know what to do here. Imagine it ends like that. Other shine I had trouble with. Oh, Noki 6, obviously. We go there. After Noki 6. Oh yeah, check out Rico. So many little things that I have to check out. Rico blooper 6. Blooper race. Go! I'll take a small break before I start another run. Alright. Need to eat a little bit. So here, what I will do when I start this level is this long jump, spin jump, spin jump. That's not gonna make it. Now this secret, I messed up so much here. I wanna dive there instead. Now infinite lives will be good. Spin doing that is not good either. Nice direction. I think I need to just make sure I get a good spin jump out of that. Yeah, like you see, it barely makes it if I do it well enough. Yeah, I'm getting better at it at least, but I didn't make that. I think I should dive there and see what happens. Yeah, that makes it 2. That might be even better and a lot more safer, because I will make sure I actually land there. Okay, that didn't work because I went mid-air. So I didn't have a double jump anymore. No, no, that's not good. Stick to my strats. Freaking nail. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting better at it at least, which is my goal. Was there something else I have to practice? Rico 6 perhaps. Beyond I'm fine with Bianco 2. Well, Bianco 6 I might just check out the strats there, but not necessary really. Cyrano I've done. Lacrima I have no issue. Warship is same too. Also, when I enter Warship, it still takes like 15 minutes to beat the game. Okay. But I have this one split that is Noki 6. It's Noki 6 is almost 5-minute split, so I died there. 3 minutes of time loss. So 125 should be doable right now. Did I see the Warship skip I posted? You posted? I didn't see anything new. Where is it? Okay. Well then, let's go and learn that. Yeah, I know. That's what sucks about it. Where's a pepper, though? We're gonna find a pepper here. Here is one at least. No pepper here. Okay. This clip sucks because you have only one try for it. But with enough practice you can get good at it. Okay, it's not that bad actually. Just land with it. Does pausing mess up the... I'm gonna test if that matters. Okay, at least doesn't matter in that. Okay, it's not that bad actually. But doing this secret without the blood sucks then. The good thing is that you can just land here. Yeah. Okay, the level is not that bad. It's really short at least. Oh no, Alexi. Yeah, you can make it there. Nice full slide, hey. You can almost make the cycle, and that's the idea here. Oh, so close. Seriously? Oh, make it in time. No. I need a better ending. Okay. It just sucks that I can't jump dive too much here. Okay, what if I bounce on that? Yeah, then that won't make it. Can I, like, hold up, out of curiosity? No, it doesn't make it. Double check. No. Nope, no need to try that anymore. Maybe it makes it if with like a perfect spin jump, but I'm not gonna bother with that anymore. Just stick to my idea. You need momentum from the first sand block, so now it doesn't work. I don't think you can make it. I think I'm just forced to do it slow. Okay, like seriously, like you can't even land on that at all. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with the fast threat. Can you not use flood? In speedrun you don't have flood. Yeah, let's just not make it any harder, just take that cycle that is there. It's probably possible you can make it there in time, but I don't think it's worth it, honestly. Like, it was so close to make it there. And you have to lose like 5 seconds here just to get the bounce off from this pad. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, but this clip just land here. Then clip. While you throw it at the ground. Okay, out of curiosity, if you drop it to the water, where do you get it back? Okay, it is here, so you can try it infinitely, but you just have to go and get that then. What is the hotel stage 2? Super suit sabotage? I think it was. Let's go check it out. I'm gonna grab some food. Then we'll start another run after I've eaten. We'll watch a YouTube video in the meanwhile while waiting. While waiting, more like while I'm eating. Yeah, it's suit sabotage. Just quickly run this through, then let's do a run. Practice, I mean. What is this shine? Which shine ID? I don't know about the ID. Yeah, sign 2. It's super sabotage. Like you said. Joo, aion vetää runea kyllä. Yeah. Let me now grab food.
After 9.
Ooh, look at that!
Welcome to the sun-drenched tropical paradise of Isle Delfino. We're so pleased to welcome you to our beautiful home. Come enjoy a natural wonderland to which we've added the world's finest resort facilities, a spectacular amusement park, and succulent seafood. All this and more await you on Isle Delfino.
Okay, let me grab some food.
Refresh your body and spirit.
Like I said. We'll watch this video called It Took 9 Years to Hit the Mario Kart Wii's Hardest Skip. Okay, we're back. Of course I forgot to press play because I wanna watch the video myself
After
too,
9
hey.
years since it was discovered,
Now
Mario
we'll
Kart
watch it.
Wii's hardest skip has finally been hit on 3 consecutive laps. But why did it take players 9 years to land the coveted skip, and what makes it so hard? To understand these questions, we need to go back to 2015 when the retro Sherbert skip was first found. For the first 7 years of this track's history, it didn't have a skip, with players driving the lap normally by combining wheelies with mini turbos to complete it as fast as possible. This resulted in single or fast lap times of 41 seconds and 3 lap times of just over 2 minutes. However, in 2015 that would change, as Blaze discovered that not only did Sherbert have a skip, but that it cut the fast lap time in half. At first glance, it might look like they were just jumping behind the finish line, getting picked up by Lakitu, then completing the lap. But the details are a lot more complicated, so to help understand what's going on, let's start by looking at how laps work. You'd think with how broken earlier entries in the series were that Nintendo would have learned their lesson by the time the 6th game was released. But unfortunately for them, the lap system was so broken that 21 of 32 tracks currently have skips, despite their best efforts. Every track in Mario Kart Wii is divided into invisible checkpoints that log your progress as you drive over them. The majority of these checkpoints have no bearing on your lap progress, but they do serve a purpose that we'll talk about later. The lines highlighted in green are key checkpoints that the game requires you to hit as you make your way through a track, with each being assigned a number. As you drive over them, your checkpoint value gets updated, but key checkpoints won't be active unless certain conditions are met. Let's say you're approaching the box for checkpoint 2. Before you enter it, checkpoint 1 is the only other one that's active as you've already driven through it. But as soon as you enter checkpoint 2's box, checkpoint 3 becomes active, and upon leaving the box for 2, checkpoint 1 will unload and become inactive. In order for a lap to count, the game expects your key checkpoint value to be equal to the checkpoint that precedes the finish line. So in this case, it would be looking for a value of 8. Let's say you skip from checkpoint 2 without hitting 3, then cross the finish line. In this case, the lap won't count because your key checkpoint value won't be what the game expects. And since you never hit 3, none of the checkpoints after it are ever loaded into memory, so touching 8 won't update your checkpoint value. This leaves the finish line itself, which acts as a special checkpoint with a value of 0. This means at the start of a race, the key checkpoint behind the line is active in memory, as it won't be unloaded until you reach the first one on the track. You might be thinking this means you can drive behind the finish line, set your key checkpoint, then drive back over the finish line to get credit for a lap, but the developers implemented a failsafe that stops this from working. It works by subtracting a lap when you cross into the finish line box when moving backwards, so backing over the line to the last key checkpoint won't work. But there is an exploit. If you leave the start line and enter a previous checkpoint without crossing into the finish line box, the game will update your progress value to that checkpoint instead of subtracting a lap. If you do this at the start of a race when the final key checkpoint is active, all you need to do is touch it, and you now have the prerequisites for completing a lap. This sounds straightforward enough, but it's not easy to get around the finish line. On almost every map, it's physically blocked by the terrain or has out-of-bounds sections directly beside it, and while this is true on Sherbetland, it's only half true. Well, maybe a quarter. On the right, there are cliffs blocking the finish line off, and on the left, there's the water hazard. This should stop any attempt at getting around the finish line, except there's one final quirk the developers never accounted for, and that's what happens when you clip into the pole while moving at high speeds. Because if you hit it fast enough, you'll find this video's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant is where you learn by doing, with thousands of interactive memorization, a knowledge pole on Shirley and hit a launched. Blaze discovered that under certain circumstances, you could bounce off the pole and get launched into the air. The reason this happens is because when you do a wheelie and hit a wall, the game applies a force that gives you a bounce and kills your momentum, but by barely touching the wall, you get the force without the reduction in forward speed, allowing for huge air. This sounds easy enough, but the pole clip requires a very precise setup, as you first need to get into a particular position and angle. Then, you have to shroom into the pole while doing a wheelie to get launched into the air. This was only the beginning, however. In order to get enough distance to avoid the finish line box, you needed to shroom a second time while in the air to get to a checkpoint, and for reasons that weren't understood, if you landed too far left, the game wouldn't count the lap. So even if you did everything correctly, getting too close to the track or even landing on it would kill the skip. While this was a fast strategy, it did require the use of 2 mushrooms to perform, so at most it could only be used for a single lap, and in 2019, 4 years after it was discovered, a significant time save would be found. Because a tasser named Malio looked into why attempts would randomly fail, and his discovery would blow the skip wide open. In addition to keeping track of your key checkpoints, the game also keeps track of how much of the race you've completed in the form of a percentage. When you enter any checkpoint, the game updates the percentage of the lap you've completed, so entering the first checkpoint gives you about 1%. What Malio discovered was that if you skip more than 95% of a race, the game won't count the lap when you go over the finish line, even if you satisfied the key checkpoint requirements. And that's what was happening if you landed too far left. Your race completion was barely going over the 95% 95% limit. To get around this problem on Sherbetland, Soiree Yonga figured out that if you drive ahead to the second checkpoint, then drive back into the first checkpoint, the game would update your completion percentage to 2. This is because the game sets your completion percentage based on where you enter a checkpoint, and since you are entering the first checkpoint from further in the course, it gives you enough completion credit to perform the skip and land in bounds. With this knowledge, Soiree found 2 setups, a 1 shroom skip and a double shroom skip that both have you land in bounds. On both setups, you only had to drive to the final checkpoint, then cross the finish line for the lap to count, and for reasons we'll get into later, the 1 shroom skip was thought to be too hard to go for, so players opted for the 2 shroom strat instead. This strategy saved a few seconds and new records started coming in, but the time saves weren't finished yet. Players still had a single shroom left after the skip, and they had a much better use for it than boosting around a corner. It was immediately known that going for 2 lap skips was possible since a single shroom clip where you land in the water and respawn could be done on the second lap. The reason players weren't doing this previously was because landing in the water consumed your remaining shrooms, but this new first lap setup where you land in bounds changed that. Over the next few months, the 3-lap time was lowered considerably, dropping it from a 140, the first record set with the inbounds double shroom strat, all the way down to a low 112. This isn't to mention how hard the strat was. From the time it was discovered in 2019 through to 2022, the record only dropped 11 times. Getting 1 clip was hard enough, but getting a second one in the same run was incredibly difficult. But in 2024, something happened that changed the entire landscape of the track. When you clip into the pole, lots of different things can happen, from bouncing off into the water, to getting launched up high for the skip, or even failing to hit it entirely. It wasn't understood why this was happening when it was first discovered, and the inconsistency with clipping the pole was why only a few runs had ever been completed with 2 out of 3 lap skips. But a tasser named Justin looked into why this was happening, and he finally figured out what was going on. When you change position in Mario Kart Wii, the game doesn't move you in one continuous movement. Instead, it jumps you from one position to another each frame, which is called quantized movement. When it comes to the pole clip, the position you need to hit it from is so precise that if there's any variation in where you start moving from, or your speed when moving, the clip is likely to fail. Since due to the quantized movement, your position would be different enough that it would miss the sweet spot on the pole. This is why the single shroom strat that Soiree posted in 2019 hadn't been used. It was thought to be so precise that it wasn't worth going for. And that appeared to be true, because after 5 years of attempts, no one had hit it a single time. But in August of this year, that was about to change. Using task tools, Justin created a ghost that was optimized for forward movement so that it would always get the 1 shroom clip. By playing against this ghost, players could get an easier clip as they could align with it to ensure their position was correct, leaving only the wheelie and mushroom inputs to worry about. It's worth mentioning that some Mario Kart communities ban playing against ghosts created with tasks as they think it makes the game too easy. But Mario Kart Wii have never banned this practice and used task ghosts on lots of skips, so let me know what you think about it down below. On Sherbetland, using an alignment ghost may sound like it makes the skip free, but that was far from the truth as the wheelie and shroom still required frame-perfect inputs, and that's only to make the clip happen. Let's assume you get the high clip, which is what runners call the pole clip that sends you into the air. Your inputs aren't finished yet. Depending on how you're oriented, upon landing, you need to do a frame-perfect hop, or in rare cases, a frame-perfect nosedive. This was a huge wall for successful attempts, and even if you did everything perfect, the game would sometimes kill your attempt, as you could still land too far to the left, which triggers the 95% rule. But if everything went in your favor, you could use 1 shroom and land in bounds, with Zoran being the first person to hit it. However, the success rate was so low that top players were only getting 1 or 2 hits an hour, meaning this wasn't even close to getting a 3 out of 3 in the same race. Another tasser named Shadow would look at improving the consistency, and he settled on a ghost that took a closer position to the pole than Justin's did. He also changed the execution a bit, requiring you to wheelie, then let go of a standstill mini turbo on the same frame, which gives you a micro bounce. After the bounce, you have a small frame window to hit the shroom instead of it being frame perfect, with Shadow's clip being a bit more consistent if you did the rest of the setup correctly. It came with a drawback, however. Despite making the clip more consistent, the landing became a lot harder as it launched you at varying heights, so frame perfect nosedives and hops became a must on a lot of landings. In an effort to optimize this setup, Zoran would edit the ghost so you shroom then wheelie, as well as adjusting the distance so it was somewhere between Justin's first ghost and Shadow's second. With these changes, the landing became easier, but hitting the clip took a drop in consistency, with top runner Logan describing multiple parts of this setup as feeling out of your control. That was 3 bowls of porridge for speedrunners, and none of them were just right. So Zoran made what they called the Goldilocks Ghost, which combined pieces of each setup. It had Shadow's frame-perfect wheelie into mushroom inputs, but with a position that was similar to Justin's Ghost. If you did this setup correctly, there was a 7-frame window where you could shroom and a good clip would occur, with the frame-perfect hop or nosedive being eliminated from the landing if you do the shroom on a later frame in the window. This was a big improvement, as the previous setup had a hit rate of once or twice an hour, but the Goldilocks Ghost had a much higher success rate, with Logan's total successful clips going from 10 to 46 in his first stream. This made players very optimistic that a 3 out of 3 could be performed, and 2 strategies developed. One where you do the single shroom clip that lands inbounds on the first 2 laps, then do the safer respawn strat on the third, and another where you go for the fastest time possible by doing the inbound strat on all 3 laps. On top of this, players use a metronome to help make their inputs more consistent once in position, which is controversial in some communities, and I'd love to know what you think about it down below. But with the strats decided,
Metronome is fine, just use it. I don't know why it's controversial. It helps you to time some tricks that are just generally really hard to pull off.
the race was on for who would hit it first, and the players grinding the most attempts were Logan and Zoran, with Logan going for the safer strat and Zoran opting to go for the fastest. Zoran had a close attempt where he landed the first 2 skips but failed on the third, and with the pressure on, Logan would get his own shot at the first 3 out of 3. Zoran got another chance at a 3rd lap skip, but unfortunately it failed, and the only proof we have of it is this heavily redacted screenshot. Feeling the pressure, Logan would get another chance. And then another.
Dude, how? Oh my god. How did I fail it? That was perfect.
Both players were so close, but the game didn't want to go down without a fight, and just 10 minutes after his last failed attempt, Logan got another shot.
Yes! Yes, dude! Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Go, 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 go! Oh, still, that's unbelievable. Oh my god.
And with that, Logan became the first person in history to hit the hardest skip Mario Kart Wii has ever seen. But he wasn't done there. His run was barely above 1 minute, and with a small optimization, he could break the sub-minute barrier. And the next day, he did this.
Huh.
He got it.
Yo.
Let's go.
It's still lit.
With that, not only had Logan hit the first 3 out of 3, but he was the first person to beat the track in under a minute. But this isn't where the story ends. While Logan was busy setting records, Zoran was still grinding the harder strategy, and just before this video released, he nailed the 3rd lap inbound skip. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you in the next exciting episode of Abysssoft Z.
Cool. If there's another video that we can watch. Technically, I don't need to watch another video. I can start running. Okay, I'll go to the toilet quickly, then I'll start running. Okay, be right back.
Super Mario Eclipse! Woohoo!
check out Ricka 6 quickly. And how is that movement up supposed to be? So is yellow looper actually faster? A lot faster, yeah. Oh. Yeah, a lot faster. Okay. Start a run. Let's go. Here we go. Hopefully practice paid off in those pianissimo levels this time. I'm excited to loot every ride of those pianissimo levels. I forgot to remove that warship 1 and 2 splits. Oh well, not a big deal. I can just skip those levels in splits. You ass! Really? Really? To be fair, I could reset that. I'm just gonna remove those splits now. So it was Warship 1 and 2 are gone. Okay, there you go.
Ooh, look at that!
Okay, start for real this time. I guess I accidentally froze the game.
Ooh, look at that!
Here we go. Happened in the last run too. Spawn so fast. Not ready to jump dive there. I can see myself running this a bit if Pianissimo route is faster. If not, then I don't care. One reason I'm enjoying this run a lot is because of Pianissimo. He changes the levels where I use him so much, and it makes it honestly so much fun too. Just sick of base game Sunshine's movement and Mario in general. Fun to have some variety. Doesn't matter which file I choose, I still go to Gelato. As long as it's not the episode 3 because I don't have blood. Good. Really good. I think after this run, or when I get hopefully I get a solid run today, because I really want to play casually. Still. Still have a lot to explore in this game. A little hard to see with this environment. I don't know, is there a faster way to beat it other than wait for that animation? The closer I get to it from that jump type every time, it's definitely worth it. Nice. Not a bad shine actually. Time to play some golf. Ah, really? Not eagle. And no music all of a sudden. It's so quiet here. it bugs out sometimes. I think it's because of the 60 FPS setting. After a lighthouse, we go to Pina. Let's go. That was bad. Yeah, Proge. I know. I don't care enough about the leaderboards that I will switch to 30 FPS. Looks ugly. Now when I've been playing with the 60 FPS. Excuse me, what did it hit? I got the like third fastest fight at least. What did it hit there? It didn't look like it did hit a pole or something. Well, faster than my personal best at least. That one asshole didn't even wake up. Now he woke up. What is going on, dude? 3 cycle. Freaking 4 cycle. My ass. Dude, that was... It's so terrible 5 cycle now. Trash, trash, trash. No can do. And I lost almost 10 seconds. Okay, I died in this secret. If I don't die again, I'll save some time, like 20 seconds. Really? I remember old strats, let's go! It's been like 3 years when I've run this game properly. Well, I'm not running a ROM hack, but even then it has base game included. Noki pay time. This is a little bit out of the way, but I think it's worth it. And I still think it's worth it to go for Pianissimo. He just breaks some secrets. That was really good movement. Let's go. One downside I don't like in this route I'm using is Serena Peach only has one Pianissimo level, and we re-enter this later. What is that invisible wall? Better do well in Noki Pay. I have biggest time save here because I came over it in Noki 6. Nice side flip. For fuck's sake, man. That was gonna work if it just didn't bonk there. My god, man. Yeah, just lag the game, yeah. Freaking missed 10 cycles. Grab it too. That sucks ass. Trying new cool stuff will make you lose time. I would have saved time if I didn't fuck up that. Oh yeah, I forgot about this clip. Well, I'm not gonna do it anymore. There is a clip that still works, but it's a little bit different and I didn't practice it, and I'm just gonna go and try it out for 5 tries then give up on it. I need to know how it works exactly if I wanna do it in a run. Please get it. I don't like eel fight, how it is in 60 FPS. Eel is slower. But no can do about it. If I want him to be faster or normal speed, I have to play on 30 FPS, and I'm not gonna go and change the setting just for this run or specifically just fight either. You can ground pound underwater. Well, it didn't work for me when I tried as Mario. Nope, doesn't work for me. Doesn't work with this stage because you are in you're in this mode. If you're swimming, then yes, it works. You have to look at it, so little things like that just annoys me. I think at least I had to look at it, I don't know. Alright, doing an extra shine just to unlock Piantissimo. Yes. Love that stuff. Excuse me, what? Okay, here we go. Don't look away, chat. It's time to go fast. Take it safely there. There you go. 4 minutes saved. 3.5 minutes actually. But still. Good thing I didn't select Pianissimo. Okay. Back to Pianta. Oh my god. That was something. I just love that Mario Bros 2 team playing there. I think it's better to get that blood. Much easier to control water. Otherwise you have to throw water balloons and they're not fun. Fuck, man, come on. Okay, there we go. Lost half a minute. It's okay. But it really sucks that I had a game over there now. This run is just so much fun if Pianissimo ends up being faster, but he won't be. I've been saying this quite a lot, and I just have that decision because you have to freaking do 2 extra levels for unlocking him, and that's slow. The reason I don't like that only doing Mario only, even if there's 4 new levels, is that it's too similar to base game Sunshine, and I'm sick of playing base game Sunshine, even if there's some new movement tech mechanics in this hack. It still makes me just bored of running this game if I don't have Pianissimo in some of these levels. Pianissimo is the reason I'm running this. I have no other desire to run this much. If I'm being honest. Because he makes the levels that are fast, that are long. He makes it really fun, and he has such a cool deck that it's hard to just pass on, honestly. There we go, Bianco time. If only you can enter the secret that would be actually really good. It's loud. How? Was it this spot? Yeah, it's this spot. Run the game so long that I don't forget where to get this sign sprite or what spot I have to go to. Okay, Bianco 4. Oops. What a side flip. No, that way, huh? Well then. Okay, good. If he flew any other direction than this, it would have been really bad. One tornado, I think. Lost down to that RNG, I think. Just a little bit. Now this one, if I do well, I'll save a lot of time. Just need to not die, obviously. We're gonna zoom fast down this hill. Watch. Nice. I'm gonna do a thing that I don't really like. I'm gonna stop the timer now. Need to go to the toilet. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I will explain it why I did that. Well, obvious is that I had to go to the toilet. I was not gonna hold for over half an hour. And I wouldn't care less about having a video game world record and put my health at the risk. I care more about my health than some dumb video game world record. Just to be clear. So you know why I did that. I know that people are gonna be upset like speedrunners are, but really shouldn't put video game world record over your health at all. I didn't meant to roll out. Oopsie. So it's not a legit run then, if you care about it being RTA run or not. Prioritizing health over a view of potential milliseconds of timer accuracy. Shame. Yeah, especially shame that you put your health at risk over a video game world record or video game speedrun. Either way. Shame on me. Shame on me on caring about my health, huh? You are not dropping down, thanks. I had to take it a little bit easy because I messed up my strats. Even then it was almost ±0. Zooming. Saves almost 10 seconds using this. It's harder to control though, but saves time. This month with X. Oh, learning something new, huh? Alright, cool. Thanks. Okay, we go to Sirena. Now feeling much better after that toilet session. Just going to toilet, I mean. What? Right side. There we go. Maybe it would be better to just do Sirena Peach in one go and not come back here. But I don't know about Sirena 2 secret. Now when I think about it, Sirena Beach will be better to do after Pina Park. But then what about Sirena 2? That my time saved there. No, I'll just stick to this. I don't care enough. I don't care about optimization much. I care about having fun. Nice hitbox, dude. Good. I don't know. I don't know what to do there. That was almost bad. It's hard to go to that pipe. I don't know why. If anybody wants a way to clip to this secret fast, and I mean fast, as Pianissimo, I will appreciate it, because it will be amazing to beat that level as Pianissimo. Because it's a secret level. Not bad. Sub 1 hour Kimpu, let's go. It was a big deal in any percent at some point. Because it would mean sub 1 hour and 50-minute pace in any percent. So getting 114 basically. Alright. Lacrima time. I think it was a left door that I have to go through. No, this second from the right. What's special about the Eclipse version? It doubles the shine count, adds a lot of new levels, new mechanics, new enemies, bosses especially. Mafioso, yeah. It wasn't that bad. I think it's a little bit of RNG, and I don't think it's just a dirty practice or anything. Okay. Overshot. Yeah. No. God damn it. Wrong one. That's like a half a minute time loss just by breaking the one that is wrong. Time save for the next run. I'm surprised this is less than a minute long. It's a Shadow Mario. That's a good quick kill. A direct hit with water balloon insta-kill Shadow Mario. Okay, it has potential for sure. Maybe good to check out that. I didn't pick up Pianissimo. Could have been faster here. Oh yeah, I forgot to take off P. That's okay. Because only Mario can enter the secret with this. Well, Pianissimo, yes, but it's only in episode 2 I will be able to do that, I think. First try. Ah, I didn't get the spin jump. Stupid. I don't even have to run fast here because I have to wait for this cycle. Even then, this saves like 4 minutes. Jeez, man. Okay, sub 120 is possible. who's missing. What? Where? Oh. Didn't even notice there was one more here. Cool. Plus minus zero split pretty much. One more level to go. Almost there. I wanna run it back for sub 120 possibly. Because this is not RTA. Need to take a small break before it though. Long jump, don't forget that. Nice. Did it just crash the game? No, what? What was that? What? I didn't like do anything there. That was strange. And I'm dead. Ah, why you had to jump that way? Haven't done that deathless yet in runs. Maybe this would be better as Piedasimo actually, now when I think about it. You have to move around a lot. Then you have stuff like that as a movement. You kidding me? Nice, got the quick kill. Alright, time to go to Corona. See if I can pull it off again first try. Nice. I'm dead. Dude, what was that? Okay. Again, happened like same run last run before. Alright, 121.50. Though I stopped the timer for like 5+ minutes, I don't care though. Thanks for the GG's. Give you money. Sure.
Mario, was I, assist,
Yeah, Joshua. I think that's a little bit far away. Possible, perhaps. What bums me the most is that it's not RTA, but even then, the run was solid. Sub 120 will happen. When I get sub 120, that will be it. Then I don't think I wanna grind further than that. Really wanna play this game casually too. Well, my sum of best is already 119, so yeah, there you go. I think I take a break again, chat. Okay, let's find a video to watch. Gonna try to find a video. So yeah, I'll take a break, I'll do some practice, then I'll do another run. I can't find anything fun. Anything cool. Well, maybe I had to just check out this
Hello, you absolute legends. Trackmania
from Carl Jobst. Yeah. Called Controversial New Strategy Causes Havoc in Trackmania. Let's check out that then. Okay. I'll grab some food, be right back.
Hello, you absolute legends. Trackmania is, in my opinion, one of the greatest racing games of all time. It's a relatively simple racing game, but the mechanics make the game a real treat to play, and these mechanics are just complex enough to produce a host of emergent techniques and strategies that give competitors enough depth to really sink their teeth into. Trackmania seems perfectly designed for time trials, and because the game is so beautifully well made, it has facilitated a bustling competitive scene for well over a decade. Players sometimes spend hundreds or even thousands of hours on a single track, trying to achieve the perfect line. And because that perfect line requires such immense precision and is so hard to actually attain, it allows the true skills of players to adequately shine. Those that can control their car better and can produce lines that are closer to optimal will get a faster time than those who can't. And this is what makes competition in Trackmania so great. But over the past couple of years, a new kind of strategy has begun to emerge, and it's a style of play that seems to spit in the very face of the spirit of the game. This new strategy seeks to strip away almost everything that makes the game great, and the problem is that this new method seems to work. By using custom-built tools and brute force, you can let a computer distill a run down to just a handful of inputs. You can figure out the perfect sequence and timing of keyboard presses that would produce the fastest run in the fewest amount of inputs. Now, instead of trying to control your car as best you can, all you need to do is memorize just a few inputs, hit them at the right time, and you'll achieve a new record. In fact, this method is so simple, you could literally do it without even looking at your car. You can just watch the timer, hit the buttons when you know you're supposed to, and the game then becomes less like a racing game and more like a rhythm game. This new strategy has already resulted in one of the most famous world records in the game's history being beaten with relative ease, and this is surely just the beginning. This raises an important philosophical question. What really is the point of Trackmania competition? Is it just to get the fastest time, no matter what or how? Or is it to see who the best racer is when playing the game as intended? Ultimately, after causing much of a stir, this controversial new strategy was banned from use on the competitive leaderboards. But the reason it was banned is probably different than what you would think. In this video, we will take a quick look at this new strategy, and it would be very interesting to know your thoughts as well. Does this ruin the game, or is it just another valid way to play? I really hope you enjoy. Now legends, I am super excited because this video has an amazing sponsor. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole to terrible, which is honestly say AG1 is by far the way to start the subscription. Trackmania is a deterministic game, meaning that if you do the exact same inputs, you'll achieve the exact same results. This is important when it comes to verifying replays to make sure they aren't cheated, but in normal play this really doesn't seem to apply. No one can play perfectly, so you're never going to do the same run twice. When steering with a joystick, there are over 100,000 possible input values, and the game is responding to your inputs 100 times per second, so it's just quite frankly impossible to perform the same run twice. And even the slightest difference in inputs can result in pretty significant deviations. This is one of the things that makes Trackmania competition so great. It rewards precision, and because perfect precision is essentially impossible to achieve, the competitive ceiling is never reached. Unless of course you're using a keyboard, in which case things are different. With a keyboard, steering inputs are binary. They are either on or off. This range of over 100,000 possible values for steering simply disappears. This makes things much simpler. Mind you, this isn't an advantage, because having the ability to steer by a specific amount is better for precise driving, and this is why the majority of world records on official tracks are performed using a controller. But this simplicity of input values has ultimately produced a new type of strategy that has caused a bit of a ruckus. It's called Low Input Strat, or LIS, and it can only be performed on a keyboard. The earliest example of LIS being used is on the track D10 race, which involves taking a shortcut over the left wall near the start. This skip is very precise if you want to do it quickly, and therefore it's usually very inconsistent. However, players found that if you don't press anything at the start of the race, and then just press and hold left at exactly 1.83 seconds, you'll get over the wall every time. This perfectly encapsulates the spirit of LIS. It's finding the lowest possible amount of inputs on a keyboard to achieve a goal. The YouTuber Beta produced a fantastic video talking about LIS last year, and if you want more specifics about the history of this style of play, I recommend watching his video as well. But when Beta released his video, this strategy wasn't as controversial as it is today, and this is because back then, it was more or less only used on community-made maps, and it wasn't really being used on official Nadeo tracks. Official Nadeo tracks feature in official Trackmania releases, and were made by the developers of the game. World records on official tracks are far more prestigious. Now that it has bled into official tracks, it became a problem that needed to be addressed. So let's look at the track A12 speed from Nations Forever. In 2019, the racer Hefest achieved a time of 10.61 seconds, which is one of the most famous records in the game's history. Virtual did a fantastic video on the history of this level, which you should check out if you haven't already. But this track involves the use of a trick called the Uber bug, where you hit the side of the track in a very specific way to get launched into the air with a bunch of speed. This trick is extremely precise, and players have spent hundreds of hours playing this level trying to execute this trick, and for the past 5 years, Hefest's record has remained strong. At least until now. Back in 2021, the programming genius Donadigo created a Trackmania tool that allowed players to manually create runs frame by frame, otherwise known as a TAS. They could program the perfect inputs and then play them back to create amazing, inhuman runs. This really isn't a problem in of itself, because any top player can look at the inputs of a replay and know if it was performed by a human or a computer. It's actually very difficult to mimic the way a human plays, just like it's difficult for a human to mimic how a computer would play. But recently, players have begun to use this same tool to run scripts that makes a computer play sections of a track millions and millions of times to test different possible input combinations, hoping to find one that is both faster and also requires the least amount of inputs. In January of this year, the player Virtuoso used a script that found a way to beat Hefest's world record by only using 7 inputs. All a player had to do was execute 7 frame-perfect inputs and the world record would be theirs. 7 frame-perfect inputs is not a lot. Many games have world records that require far more than this. Then in April, the player Pastor Grows used the tool to find a 6-input solution that would beat the record. And on the 30th of April, he would use this solution to do exactly that. This concept of using brute force and tools to find ways to beat records with only a few inputs raises a couple of concerns. The first is that it fundamentally changes the way people play the game, in that they are no longer actually focusing on driving, but rather memorizing a few inputs and using the game's timer to execute them. I know some people don't mind this and have the attitude that it doesn't matter how you play the game, the goal should just be to get the fastest time you can. And sometimes that's true, but sometimes it does defeat the purpose of competition entirely. The purpose of a competition is to distinguish players based on their skill levels, at least in theory. But if everyone is just memorizing these same 6 inputs and everyone is getting the exact same time, what's the point? It reminds me of my own speedrunning game Perfect Dark. There are 20 levels with 3 difficulties, allowing you to compete in 60 times, and each time allows you to earn 100 points if you get the record. That's a total of 6,000 points available. But in the past, the maximum points you could earn was actually 6,300. That's because there is a bonus level called the Duel, that's outside of the main storyline. When they originally made the ranks, this bonus level was included. On Agent, the world record is 3 seconds, and simply involves turning and shooting once. That's 2 inputs and none of them are even frame perfect. And basically everyone had 3 seconds because it was so easy. It's possibly the easiest world record you could ever achieve. But what's the point? If everyone has the world record is meaningless. And if a level can't distinguish players based on their skill, it's a useless level to compete in. And because of this, the duel was removed as a level you could earn points on. With LIS in Trackmania, every single player will just be trying to do the same 6 inputs and will be achieving the exact same time. This isn't necessarily enough of an argument to ban a technique, but I think it still needs to be considered. On top of this, it's quite literally impossible to know if someone who submits a replay using LIS has cheated. The inputs aren't human inputs by design. No human would ever play like this. So you can't use inhuman inputs as a cheat detection method. And because these inputs are so easy to program, you can't know if someone used a tool to make their replay or if they actually did it by hand. And there are other ways to cheat as well. Tools have been made that reads information from the game in real time and visually shows you when you need to press the inputs. Now you don't even need to look at the timer. You can just press the buttons when the lines line up. In fact, you could use this tool to play the game without looking at the game at all. Now, of course, using a visual tool like this is already against the rules, but the point is that it's impossible to know if someone has used a tool like this just from the replay alone. Maybe you can try to improve cheat detection by forcing players to use hand cams and show their monitors. But even this isn't really enough to prove anything. Players could use a hidden extra monitor to show the visual inputs and you would never know. And funnily enough, a player has already admitted to cheating in this way after achieving a new record with LIS. Ultimately, the Trackmania community decided to ban the use of LIS on the main leaderboards. Yes, it does allow people to get faster times and a lot easier, but there are so many downsides to this way of playing that it doesn't seem to be worth including. However, they did say they will create a separate leaderboard in the future for people who still want to submit LIS replays, similar to how the Mario Kart rankings separate shortcut and non-shortcut world records, which I think is a nice compromise. The decision wasn't unanimous and some people still think it should be allowed, but the feeling I get is that most people see this as something that will only harm the community and competition in general. And I tend to agree. Every competition has rules and regulations to keep competition interesting. Let's take high jump for example. Yes, the point is to jump over as high a bar as you can, but that doesn't mean you can put springs in your shoes to jump higher. The point is to clear the bar using skill, not tools that go against the spirit of the competition, which is why there are restrictions on the types of shoes competitors can wear. When I made the video on the Osu cheater, who used illegal keyboard settings to gain an advantage, some people wondered why it shouldn't be allowed. And it's the exact same concept. You shouldn't be trying to win using tools or an equipment advantage, because it simply defeats the purpose of the competition. Thankfully, LIS in Trackmania is so obvious that it's immediately apparent when someone is using it, therefore moderation won't be difficult. And they have even imposed a minimum input requirement, and won't be accepting replays that use 8 or less inputs. This way you can't simply remember a few inputs a computer gave you, you always have to really play the game. This situation has led to a really interesting debate in the Trackmania community, and I'm curious to know what your thoughts are. So if you have a different opinion, please let us know in the comments. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video. Legends. On the 6th of March 1999, the Quake speedrunner Marcus Taipale beat the level E2 and won the installation in just 7 seconds on the easy difficulty. It was a simple speedrun. There were no fancy techniques, nor does it seem like there really could be. It's easily the shortest speedrun in the entire game, and the bare-bones nature of the route made it seem like there were no obvious ways to gain enough time to shave off another second. And this remained the case for the next quarter of a century. For over 25 years, the community at large believed that Marcus's run of 7 seconds would remain unbeaten forever. And not for lack of trying either. Over the years, our understanding of how to strafe jump optimally has vastly improved, and players were getting lower and lower 7-second runs. But they never seemed close enough to where 6 seconds was a realistic possibility. Even as we entered 2024, a time of 6 seconds was still deemed to be unachievable. Even if you took the best parts of every run ever However, even if you stitch together the perfect run, it still wouldn't be fast enough to get a 6-second run. And yet somehow, someway, on the 15th of August, the runner AIM64 did exactly that, finishing E2M1 in 6 seconds and beating a record that had stood since before the turn of the millennium. This run is the most perfect Quake speedrun ever performed. Sure, it's also the shortest, but the precision required to pull this off is far higher than anything else that's ever been done. Literally every single frame of movement had to be examined closely to find every possible time save. And this run is essentially indistinguishable from a theoretical perfect run, at least as far as what a human could ever hope to accomplish. In today's video, we will take a quick look at E2M1 and to learn why it took a perfect speedrun to break Quake's oldest record. I really hope you enjoy. Now legends, I really 1 month's jobs 100. This is a really good deal, so don't miss out. If a speedrun was the only thing you ever saw of E2M1, you would think it was the smallest map in Quake. Players immediately realized that with a well-timed bunny hop, you could clear the gap that separated the beginning of the level from the end, skipping most of the level's content. The original world records on E2M1 were extremely basic. Strafe jumping hadn't yet been introduced, so players only jumped when they needed to cross the gap to reach the end. 1998 is where the technique of bunny hopping really started to be implemented more, and this allowed Ilkka Kirkkala to beat the level in 8 seconds. By 1999, strafe jumping had come a long way, and this enabled Markus Taipale to achieve a time of 7 seconds. At this point, players knew that in order to move as fast as possible, you want to spend as much time in the air as you can. When you are running along the ground, you lose tons of speed due to friction.
Just want to point out that that's a Finnish name. So I'm fairly certain this is Finnish person who had a world record at that time.
And this is the entire point of bunny hopping, as we all know. You want to jump as soon as you land, so you keep most of your speed. And in 1999, players already knew this fairly well, which is why it's interesting that Markus didn't seem to do this, at least after his first jump. Markus bunny hopped after every single jump except the first, in which case he landed, ran for a brief moment along the ground, and then jumped again. This is obviously not optimal, and it caused him to lose the speed he gained from his first jump. But he did this for a very specific reason. The problem players faced on E2M1 is that in order to make the jump over the gap, you needed to land in a specific spot. You had to land on top of the railing so that you could make the distance. If you landed earlier, you would either hit the railing or just simply wouldn't have enough speed to clear the gap, and this created a large bottleneck. Players had to plan their bunny hop so they landed where they needed to in order to make the jump. And this is why Markus delayed his second jump, because if he started his bunny hop chain earlier, he would have landed too early before the gap and therefore wouldn't have been able to make the distance. As the skill level of players developed and they perfected air strafing, now they could build enough speed to where they didn't need to delay any of their jumps and they could still make it up onto the railing. As time went on, bunny hopping became even more optimized, especially with the introduction of power bunnies in the mid-2000s, which is where you tap the forward key as you land to keep even more of your speed. On E2M1, this was a good thing obviously, but it presented another problem, because now if you had too much speed, it seemed like you would land beyond the railing and fall down. The only way you could really capitalize on any more speed at the start is if you could be so quick that you could clear the jump on your 5th bunny hop instead of your 6th. It's not possible to land on the railing, but if you have enough speed, you can land a bit shorter and still make the distance. However, this is far more difficult and requires insane movement precision. This is why if you look at the Speedrun.com rankings, you'll find a massive bottleneck of players after the 7.6 second mark. Only a handful of players can currently execute the starting movement in such a way to make the gap in 5 bunny hops. In 2020, the runner Chambers beat the level in 7.161 seconds, which seems really close to 6 seconds. But realistically, it's still light years away. This run is already almost perfect, and despite Chambers being so close, a 6-second run was still out of the question, because even if he took his best segments and spliced them all together, he still couldn't achieve a 6-second run. However, Chambers did do something rather incredible last year when he beat the level on Nightmare difficulty in 6 seconds. On the Nightmare difficulty, Chambers was able to take advantage of a damage boost from one of the grunts. This boost adds a ton of speed. In fact, it adds so much speed, you can see that Chambers had to take some really wide lines to still land in the correct spot and not overshoot before the jump. Despite 6 having been attained on Nightmare, and despite the easy record being so close, a 6-second run on easy was still deemed to be impossible. And I wish I could say that there was some kind of really interesting, unexpected breakthrough that happened in 2024 that made it possible, but that's just not what happened. And this is also one of the things that makes Quake such an insane game to speedrun. In my opinion, Quake is the quintessential game in speedrunning when it comes to pure movement mechanics. Quake is great because it's impossible for a human to move optimally, and every single frame is an opportunity for time to be lost or gained against other players depending on how well you can move. To illustrate my point, I'll compare Quake to some other popular speedrunning games. In a game like Super Mario Bros., movement is very easy. It just requires you to press and hold a single button. Anyone can do it, and everyone will be moving at the same speed, regardless of skill. So the difficulty of Super Mario Bros. Speedruns comes in the execution of glitches that are dispersed throughout the run. In a game like GoldenEye, movement speed is similar, where it's capped and controlled by a button. Therefore, the difficulty here really comes in when you need to aim or turn. In a game like Super Mario 64, movement mechanics become more challenging. Movement speed is affected by how well you can time your button presses, so there is an added level of difficulty. This is what makes SM64 so great to watch at the top level. And then when it comes to Quake, we reach the pinnacle of movement, where your mouse precision during every single frame affects how fast you move. If you are turning too fast or too slow on any frame, you'll lose time. It's a constant struggle.
These jumps are
Straight
crazy.
jumping is so difficult that it's impossible to do it perfectly. There is always going to be some loss of speed due to human inconsistency. And in the case of E2M1, a run of 6 seconds was seen to be impossible based on how well humans had previously played. But if you really examine the movement down to its tiniest components and really make sure everything is as perfect as it could be, you'd be surprised at where there is time to be gained. And in the past few months, a relative newcomer to Quake, known as AIM64, would do exactly that. He studied the level in more detail than anyone ever had before, finding the absolute ideal way things could be performed. For example, at the very start of the level, the best players had been bumping their heads on a sloped arch during their first jump. This helped them avoid going too high and made them land sooner and start their bunny chain earlier, and therefore they wouldn't need to take a wider line if they had a lot of speed. But AIM64 realized that players hadn't been doing it perfectly. He realized you could hit the slope slightly lower so you could land earlier, and he realized if you looked a bit more sideways, you could also get a slight speed boost. He calculated that if he did it perfectly, he could save several hundredths of a second over the previous record. The only problem is that doing it this way is stupidly precise. It's so precise that it would take him 30 minutes of replaying the start over and over again to do it a single time. That's 30 minutes of the same 1 second start over and over and over again in order to save a few hundredths of a second. This is the level of detail he was getting into. When doing power bunnies, you want to tap the forward key when you land the fewest frames possible. This is because when you are pressing forward, you can't turn. And any frame you aren't turning is a frame you aren't building speed when strafe jumping. So AIM64 really focused on tapping forward as quickly as he could so that he could use every possible frame to turn and gain speed. And he realized he could gain another few hundredths of a second over other players if he did it perfectly. And these tiny improvements eventually added up to where a theoretical best run could now finish in 6.98 seconds. For the first time in history, a run of 6 seconds was at least theoretically possible. And with the door now open, AIM64 wasted no time in making it happen. And on the 15th of August 2024, he achieved this run.
It happens so fast.
It may not look like much, but this run is the most perfect Quake speedrun ever performed. It clocks in at 6.997 seconds, and is only 1/100th of a second slower than the theoretical human maximum. And given how hard Quake movement is to perfect, this is just astonishing. Sometimes a new record is achieved through a breakthrough in knowledge or a new discovery, and sometimes it's just the result of examining things more closely than anyone else had before, making sure everything is executed as well as it could be, and really valuing every single tiny chance to save time. This run perfectly encapsulates the modern era of Quake speedrunning, and it's amazing to see players still pushing this classic game to its
playing. I might just do one run and see if still feel like playing. I feel like taking a break would be better for me. But I want that sub 120. Yeah, I'm gonna try Shadow Mario. It's been a simmer, see how to do that. Yeah. Pulling that off is gonna be hard. Oh yeah, long episode. Imagine though, imagine. Wrong shine again. Close. Close, actually. Yeah, that's why I rather always do Shadow Marios as Mario. Oh yeah, I died in secret level, didn't I? In Warship Island. Yeah, I did. This headache is actually a little bit worse than I thought. Okay, I'll do one run, alright? And after that run, I'll just stop and I might come back later. You can throw it twice, that's good. Oops. Okay, let's just start a run, shall we? Let's go then. Sub 120. That's my goal now. I'm happy about the cutscene skips there. Just pure gameplay for next hour. I think I'm gonna dive past it. Yep. Okay, ground pound, got it. Nice. Okay. This headache is so weird. It's like gone slightly now. I still have it though. Whatever. I'll just keep playing until I really wanna stop them. I need to play casually this as well, but I really want that speedrun time out of the way. Yeah, it's slightly gone though. I still have it, but it's not as bad right now, for some reason. It's inconsistent. Nice, very good. I don't want to do the backflip method because it's a bit harder in this patch. I mean this hack. I wonder can you get on this rock that is on the side? Dude, what the... That was bad. Please grab the shine. There might be some hidden strats that I'm not aware about that. Maybe I should check out that later. If I remember to do that, that is... especially be a lot more faster with this golf ball. Right now I'm being a lot careful with this. Because I don't want it to be gone all of a sudden, dropping down to something. There we go. Nice. Oh. That's definitely possible. Okay. Optimizations like that I should look for. How did I not get that? Are you serious with that? Perfect mecha, hey. Let's go. This shy still gives me trouble. Peanut 3 reds. Oh, you had to clip through that. Are you kidding me? What's missing this one? How about the next shine? I'm not gonna mess up too much. Just give me that 1 cycle and not 5 cycle like last run. I didn't get 1 cycle, come on! Hello, Chocolate Wee, what's up? It is amazing, Cake. I love this hack a lot. Are you kidding me again? I tried to go with an angle that wouldn't hit the wall. Okay, no key 1 time. Oh yeah, here I freaking fell down like an idiot. I should save like a nice 30 seconds at least if I don't mess up. Thanks for the good luck, August. Nice. You freaking ass, just wall jump. Okay, didn't fall down this time, because I took it safe. I forgot to check out that spring clip again. For Beyond the 2, Noki 2. Will be easily like a 30-second time save too. Guess I'll just try it, but... I've seen a video, I just haven't done it myself. So I know how it's done. But I could just brute force that now if I wanna do it. I mean, do it, just... I'll be able to get it. There we go. Okay, it's not that bad then. It's really easy still. Good. That was kinda weird. Missed the shine. Okay. 60 FPS makes eel slower, for those who wonder why it felt so slow. Alright, don't look away. This level is done in just a few seconds. Okay. Okay. To improvise a little bit. Fuck. Oh my god, not this shine. Had to be beyond the Sima one, not Oh, this is slow as hell now. Seriously. God damn it, man. Lost so much time. It is important which parts I play as Pinasimo or not, because he just makes some parts so much faster and easier. Especially faster, if not easier at all. That's how much time I lost from not picking Pianissimo. I really want to go to the toilet again. If I die, then I'll just go to the toilet. I didn't want to go that way. Nintendo hired this man. Yeah, hire Joshua. Of course. Okay, now I don't have to go to the toilet yet. It seems like I can hold. And Nintendo better hire you, Joshua, for the true Super Mario Sunshine sequel. That is not a ROM hack. But even then, it's still an amazing sequel. We know that Nintendo despise ROM hackers, so it's only a dream comes true if you ever get to work for a Nintendo. Yeah, retro studios for people, okay. Morning Marnos, what's up? Brazilian without Twitter anymore. Did they just remove that? I will be happy if Finland just removes Twitter from existence in our country. Don't have to ever go back to that website ever again. What? My god, really? How did that spot not work? I've never had it happen like that. The whole game is technically Starker at first, Basil, and the further you get, the more brighter it gets. So it's not the level, it's just the game itself. What? Come on. Okay, fuck you, man. The hell was that, dude? Dude, for fuck's sake, you're so freaking mobile. There we go. There's always gonna be some good backups, but losing time because of these little things is kinda annoying. Is Nintendo doing something to take down the mod? If they were gonna take down the mod, they would have done it already. So there's, I think Joshua, if he's still here, he can literally just explain that, because I really don't know what's their policy on taking down mods or not. I think I have a hunch for this, making it that they don't take it down. I think it must be because they didn't modify the game itself. They just release a patch, and you can put that on the game. So I don't know though. It's just a gray area that I have no idea. If they're making money, yeah, then they'll definitely 100% take down the mod. That's why something like Breath of the Wild multiplayer got shut down. Also, it's Zelda. Zelda games are huge for Nintendo. IGN or not, there is a reason why some games are... Another Metroid 2's remake was that they take down that because the game, they made a fan game more than modified the game itself. It was made from scratch. Nintendo takes down mods that A. try to monetize their copyrighted assets and B. disrupt Nintendo media in a way that circumvents them as a vendor, thus supporting piracy. Yeah, so none of that is tied to this, I assume. You're not making money out of this, and you're not by making a patch file based on the original ISO unmodified. It enforces the people to have the actual game purchased. Yeah, there you go. There you go, there's your answer. Even though, Joshua, it's still you're still playing with fire, right? When you're doing modifications like this and releasing a patch. Yeah, true what Joshua says. Yeah. It's just a gray area that I don't know for sure exactly when Nintendo wants to take down the mod or not. I think it just makes sense. If you modify the game in any way, if you modify the original game in any way, Nintendo will strike. But if you make a patch, then you just put that to the ISO ROM that you got legally, then Nintendo can't really just... I don't know, it's... that's why it's such a gray area that I don't even know myself. When is it fine to do this and when is it not? Basically, you're always just playing with fire when doing this kind of stuff. Let's be real. Thanks for the good luck, Vecna. I'm sure Nintendo has had their eyes on you guys, but what they can do when you're just releasing a patch and you're not modifying the game at all. Yeah, I got 1.5 million views like 3 years ago. So Nintendo would know by now, for sure. Nothing like that kind of unnoticed by them. Also, it's Mario. It's Mario game. Instead of striking it down, they can start creating Sunshine 2. Well, they rather make new games more than make sequels for a 20-year-old game. Nintendo, if you need help making Sunshine 2, hit me up. I'm not too sure will they hire you, but who knows? Maybe they want to hire you. Nintendo should take hints from Sega. Was it Sonic Mania 4 had some ROM hackers working on that game? Sega really literally just hired those ROM hackers working on that game. I have to take it slow so I don't die. You don't get why they don't see fan base for Sunshine, because Galaxy and Odyssey are bigger games, and so is SM64. Sunshine is still like a black sheep of the series. Not much you can do about it, really. Well, the one reason that Nintendo and any big companies are making some of these games is that it sells. If it doesn't sell, they won't make more of them. Nintendo used to try to stealth hire prominent hacker modders of their hardware and games, but when people found out about the program, they cancelled it and now just do the Iron Fist method we know of today. You can thank the community for being difficult about decent program. The only part you understand is that they had agents stalking the modders in question. That will make me you upset and to discover as well. Okay. I think I understand. Yeah. Yeah, stuff is crazy. Nice. Every Nintendo modder knows that there is potential for them to take your project down, but there's a modders who risk that anyways. Yeah, everyone risks. Some leave, some die. Regardless, we are not afraid and are willing to take that risk to bring one new experience into Sunshine. If they take it down, oh well. Otherwise, we're happy people will get to play it for years to come. Yeah, it's out now, so they can't really stop you. There was this one Zelda, you know, Link's Awakening for Game Boy Color. There was someone who made that game to be seamless experience. So whenever you start playing that and you enter a loading zone, you will transition immediately to that next area, and all of the screens are combined together. It's a huge experience. It was amazing. And stuff like that was taken down immediately by Nintendo. Because one, it was... it's like a brand new game, but made with those same assets and exactly same ideas of the original game. But updated to be like a seamless experience when you transition to the next screen, but that transitioning to the next screen doesn't exist anymore. Even though it's an old ass game, Nintendo still took that down. Just please people stop blaming Nintendo. Stop blaming Nintendo. Instead, look at the copyright laws in US and Japan. Outdated or not, I think Japan is just really secure about their IPs. They don't want anything that I don't know. Nintendo just doesn't like that people go and modify their games in some way, which is strange because those people who tend to like the games the most. Where? Nintendo has the rights to take down anything that... Nintendo has the rights to take down my stream right now if they really want to, just so you know. If they don't want me to play Sunshine, they won't let me play Sunshine. That's the scary part about this sometimes, because we don't know. They're really protective of their IPs. There was no feeling more sweet than providing all the haters wrong, who kept saying we should have stopped promoting ourselves and that we were getting taken down. This feeling was promptly shifted when we continued to get steady stream of C&D and DMC comments when now on the release video. Yeah, like there were some people saying just release this hack now before Nintendo takes it down, and you've been working on this mod for like freaking 5 years by now, so and Nintendo still hasn't taken it down. Goes to show that Nintendo does follow. Oh my god, really? But you're like on the edge of guidelines, if that makes sense. Fucking hell, man! Come on! No. That was kind of bad level. Project M, I don't know, did that involve money? Oh yeah, tournaments, yeah. Tournaments make sense. MNOs. In that case, yeah, they had rights to take it down. Nintendo is just really inconsistent with their policies. Like, they've been sponsoring Smash events before, but they still go and try to take down those tournaments. So, it's just, we don't know, man. Nintendo is inconsistent. But who is there to blame then? Not really anyone. It's just a law of that should be blamed on. Oh my god, really? Well, this run sucks ass now. Oh, you mean Sleepy Espion van? You mean the rollback netcode? Yeah, that was huge when it came out. Revolutionary, especially during pandemic. It had its things. He didn't get paid for doing it, right? Or did he get some support? He was doing it alone, wasn't he? I don't know for sure. I don't care about Smash, so I don't follow that scene at all. Doesn't matter if the tournament was for charity, the tournament was stowed by money. Yeah. Died. Died. Not really. One extra. Lost some time because of that RNG. People act like Nintendo was wrong about canceling that, taking down that event. I don't know, Nintendo can do whatever they want. This is what I mean, they're inconsistent with their policies sometimes, but they just follow their copyright laws. There was even some talk about making a modified version of Smash Melee, where it doesn't transition Pokemon Stadium at all, because people have some controversial thoughts and opinions about that. Some people hate that transition, and some people don't even mind it or so. And Nintendo jumps in saying, don't modify the game. Don't modify that game. It's just a transition, but still don't modify it. There was that one tournament Ludwig wanted to run with that mod, but Nintendo, you know what they did? They didn't allow it. So that's why they don't care so much about these old games. That's because why they, if you try to mod it in any way. We're going in circles with this convo, but that's why Eclipse is still on fine waters, even if it's been in development for years. They didn't modify the game itself, they released a patch that people can use. There we go. Wonder what the 3D Mario will be on a Switch 2 release. Like a Odyssey 2 similar game. I don't know. Then you got an anime studio who tried to sue DPC YouTuber. Oh yeah, I remember that. I was watching that video a while back. Did his channel actually got destroyed? Did his career just end there? Yes, that sucks ass. Imagine working so hard for your channel like that, then it's just taking a... Then it's taken down. Ouch. I'm a mafia, yeah. I like this music so much. We've been very careful about keeping Eclipse in legal waters. The project is never truly safe, but ultimately the minimum required is to keep Nintendo happy. Yeah. As long as they don't modify the game. All good, man. And you succeeded on that. Okay, got it. Wait, Esteban, really? He can't go to Japan anymore? Or he may not be able to because of that reason. That sounds really hardcore. Eclipse 2 when? Yeah. Give them 10 more years. They'll make a proper Sunshine sequel where we can see the other islands. That would actually be nice. Speaking of those other islands, Joshua, did you ever talk about doing those other islands that are nearby Delphinoel? Please get up there. I have to practice that. There must be some kind of movement that I can do. Oh, okay, Espevan. Interesting. Interesting, to say the least. It would be great to see Wario and Waluigi in these games too. Well, there are those character models, but even then, it's not the kind of experience I'm thinking. We're planning to move on to full indie game development soon. Might not be under the Eclipse team name. Okay. Stop! What? Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back. I don't know what the hell is this day. Like, why is it I have to go to the toilet all the freaking time. Yo, you fuck you, man. Good thing there. Good thing I had to go to the toilet because I didn't like this run much anyway. Dude, fuck that! Already, come on. Yeah, sure. Sure. Thank you, DJ Carmichael, for the raid. How was your stream? What's up, everyone? Post MM no hit. Okay. Oh, Snake geared their first playthrough. Nice. What the fuck was that? You didn't land? Come on, man. I didn't get the spin jump. Fuck you, man. Dude, fucking hell, man. Come on. Just give me the fucking jump. Keep doing a stupid ass double jump all the freaking time. Why was it so hard, man? Easy secret, even. Excuse me, what? Literally spraying it all the fucking time and it's not doing anything. Definitely need to stop after this because I'm getting annoyed over this. Headache is making it. At least I saved time somehow. I've been thinking of taking a break for a couple hours. I'll just stop the stream and I'll just like lay down, go for a walk or something, I don't know. Make sure I don't have a headache for later tonight. Alright, Corona time, let's go. Okay, here we go. What? Pretty good. Okay. Thanks for the GG's, YOLO.
Mario, was I assist? The vacation starts now.
Yahoo!
Why did it focus on those rocks? What rocks? Oh, Redcon rocks? I don't know. Probably because it broke there. Okay, so my sum of best is 117. Yeah, sub 120 is very, very, very possible. But beyond that, I don't know. "30 minutes of the run is done without Pianissimo, then it's running in." Oh yeah, I changed that one thing in the splits. Where is it? Warship. Yep. Take that off. There you go. "12 levels or 12 shines I do as Pianissimo. Might be 11 if I do Serena Beach earlier. I still think I should do Serena Beach earlier, but at the same time I don't want to. From Rico you can take the train back to Serena Beach anyway. I'm thinking of some possible reroutes right now. Now the way I'm doing this right now is actually good. Good enough for now. But yeah, I think I'll stop it here now. My headache is still there. However, I will come back later tonight still. Don't know when, but I do wanna keep running this game. I want to get 118, 119 or something like that, but sub 120 and that's it for Eclipse. Then I'll go for 100%. Try the 40 shines. Alright, thanks for watching everyone. I hope you enjoyed these runs. I'll keep doing runs. Like I said, sub 120, then I don't think I wanna run this for much longer. Alright. Later today, in like maybe 3 hours, 4 hours, perhaps 5 hours, or tomorrow, who knows. We'll see. Okay, bye everyone.